Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
And welcome everybody to Triton-Cup 122. I am Pat, here with Moku, ready to watch some wonderful Splat Zones action. Moku, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful day for a tournament here, Pat. How are you doing?
I'm doing great as well, and we're going to start right away with two teams that I don't know that much about. It's going to be Messi Free against, we could call them Esporte Club de Vitoria, or I think Vitoria will be will be the thing.
And that's the beautiful thing about not knowing what to expect out of each team. It's a great opportunity to see how they'll surprise us.
Yeah, always something to learn. Now we're still early in the tournament. It's round number 1, which means it's a best of 3. Maps are chosen by the teams, and we're going to start with Ship Shape Cargo Company, which was chosen by Esporte Club Victoria.
This map and mode.
Mm-hmm.
This map and mode is really interesting. You not only have to make a beeline for the zone, but it's a very small zone. So something like a splat bomb or having a brush on top of the platform will help cap it. It's not one of those zones where you just have to use only GG special, but
yeah.
What do you think about it?
About this map, what strikes me the most often is that, you have your spawn, you have your platform, where you can be pretty safe and regroup as a team. But then you have a wide open space that you have to go through before you can get to the zone and that big hill upon the zone. Which means if you want to retake, if you want to get back onto the zone, it usually takes a lot of specials, a lot of coordination. And quite often you see one team taking control and that team doesn't lose control because it's so hard to retake on here. But let's get right in the game and see what these teams are able to do.
That's right, Pat, and they're already off towards the zone. We are seeing a beeline for that zone, like I was saying earlier. With zone being in neutral right now, already going for that frame 1 crab tank. Already getting a pick.
Yeah, right now. Ooh, that's 2 down on to Messi Free. Vitoria able to take a lot of control right there. The splashdown will not work for Neo Splash. That's Vitoria very much able to... Oh! Wait, never mind. 3 down on Vitoria. It's only the Blaster to defend. That Blaster is forced to jump away. That's Messi Free taking back the zone and already able to set themselves in the right defensive position. Vitoria already back on the attack, doing what they need to do. Now they already are on top to the side and able to get into the fight. Moku.
That's right. And Messi 3 takes back the zone as Vitoria is fighting for that map control, but that map control is staying in the hands of Messi 3 as Aki is fighting for their life only to go down. And we're seeing them prepare a kind of lockout here, Pat. I'm seeing it.
Yep. Yeah, right there. Messi 3 very much defending well. Moves by the Emperor Jury is able to get a trade right here. Aki to the side with the splash, able to get near the zone, but has to activate the crab in kind of a weird spot. they're not able to paint the zone yet. Messi 3 not able to push them away, but we're able to get a few more points onto the zone. Now Vitória were able to apply penalty. The big question is, can they stay here?
Vitória has a good shot at taking the zone back.
Mm-hmm.
They've already done that as well, which is to be expected since they have a lot of map control and they had numbers advantage for a while, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're seeing now is Messi 3 trying to take back the zone with their Trizuka and their Stamper. Their Ultra Stamp, I should say.
Ooh.
But Vitória keeps the zone for now, and we might see a lead switch here, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, there was 3 players down on Messi 3 right there, and Yeperi are going to be sent back to spawn, and the jump was punished as well. 3 down again. Messi 3 doesn't have much time left, I think. It looks like Vitória are going to take this game, as you said. That's game number 1 for Vitória. Messi 3 were able to fight well, but again, getting the retake on here is so hard. I mean, it's kind of a rough part of this map. Going into the next one, Vitória will need to use their specials well if they want to get their retakes.
This is true, and Messi 3, that goes for them as well.
Mm-hmm.
You're right about that. When it comes to spot zones, you will want to use your specials wisely. And what I saw was both teams had Splatling. The Nautilus was doing a great job at keeping map control on the side of Vitória. Because I saw that splashdown get canceled pretty much.
Yeah.
Which was huge. Splashdown is a broken special weapon. So we're moving on to Splat Zone Tacklefish, the bread and butter of Splatoon-Cup. What do you think? What do you think we're going to see here? Are we going to see any comp changes?
I mean, I think like you, it's the bread and butter. It's the map where every team has a plan, where every team has practice getting a retake, getting back in. So this is the perfect opportunity for Messi 3 to get back in there. And well, it looks like our caster Antonen, who was late, is finally here. And which means I'll be able to get back into the shadows because I was just a sub, Moku. Hey Antonen, how you doing?
Hi Antonen.
Antonen, you're muted?
Oh, I think their computer's still booting up.
Okay, okay. Well, I guess I'll do the end of this set. Maybe we'll see. Antonen, like, just give us a sign when you're ready. But yeah, so Hagglefish Market is, as we were saying, very much a known map, a known quantity, and Barnacle and Dime that we might have in Game 3 if Messi 3 is able to win this one would be the same of one of these known maps where everybody has a plan for. So I'm really looking forward to see how these teams are able to do, and let's get right in the game, Moku.
I'm seeing a Splatana Wiper coming out. And a Blaster.
Yeah, and
they're off.
We saw that that Rapid Blaster Pro in the previous game. That's always able to give good poking power to a team, as well of course the tactical. Right now, both of these teams are trying to look at each other, see who's able to take the control. But right now, it looks like Messi 3 are able to use the flanks properly and maybe get some control. I mean, there's the answer, but Messi 3 has control over the zone and they're keeping it.
It's a real back and forth battle here, Pat. As we were seeing with people going down left and right in the middle of zone, Messi 3 keeping the lead as Vitória has to make a good push, and it looks like Messi 3 was trying to work on a lockout. And we're seeing Reef Slider Cheese.
Yep.
And what's catching your eye right now, Pat?
I mean, right now, what's catching my eye is Vittoria setting themselves in front of the zone, and this is the test for Massifree. Are they able to get a retake? Newsflash behind everybody with the crab tank is able to get a lot of attention, which will allow Massifree to get back on the zone. Beautiful team play right there by Massifree, who finally apply penalty. Now they need to take control around, and they're painting very well, preparing their next specials. That's what you need to do, Moku.
This is true, and I love that the positioning on the splash, painting the zone and keeping a good defense. And it was unfortunate for that wiper that went down at the ledge, but they had the right idea. As we're seeing Slosher and a stamp come out, I think we're seeing, yep, we see a zone switch. And all they need to do is hold it for more than 24 more ticks to whittle down their penalty points, Pat.
Yeah, Massifree right there. Very much in control, and with that crab tank that they just activated, they have a lot of pressure onto Vittoria's platform, and they're done with the penalty as well. And another splat is going to give them more and more points. Massifree doing what they need to do right now, and it's Vittoria that's in a rough spot.
Indeed, we're seeing another crab tank on tent. I'm waiting to see a crab battle out of both teams, but for now, it seems like Vittoria has the control of the zone, whittling down their penalty points. All you need to do is keep it for a little while longer. Messi3 going for that zone switch, but ultimately losing the zone. Kraken being unleashed into the pit.
Yeah, that Kraken dancing around is going to be punished, but the rest of Massifree was able to retake control, get the splats, which mean they're going to take back control of the zone with less than 2 minutes in the game, Moku. It looks like Massifree is playing this game perfectly right now. I mean, Vittoria is always able to retake the zone, but they're not really able to set themselves up to maintain their presence, and their crab tank just got punished as well!
Indeed, that was a very nice punish on their side, as we're seeing Spongy with Blaster defending their home turf, as Vittoria, Messi3, whittle down their penalty point. And now all need to do is hold it for a little while longer. But Vittoria reclaims the zone.
Yeah. And that's last minute of the game. Vittoria has no penalty, and they're able to shut down that hammer as well. Penalty is applied, but the fight for the zone is still raging right now. Massifree know that all they need to do is to apply penalty over and over, but Vittoria have presence, have the flank. The flank is punished by another crab tank. These crabs have been deciding a lot, and here's the answer from the crab on the other side.
Well, I've been seeing a lot of crabs here too, Pet, and I'm like I said, I'm hoping to see a crab battle. Zone goes into neutral. Messi3 retakes the zone, keeping the lead. All you need to do is hold it for another 25 seconds to take this match. They're working on a lockout from here. And Cooler comes out. We'll just have to see if they can keep up their defense, or if Vittoria can mount something against Messi3 here. 8 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and with that extra splat, I don't think there's anybody from Vittoria to take back the zone, which means we are going to a tiebreaker between these two teams. Moku, we really had both teams had their map, had their control, had control of the pace of the game, and now going into game 3, it's Massifree's turn to adapt and change a little bit their play if they want to get back into this set.
This is true, and it just seems like one of those battles where they're playing 5D chess that we're not privy to. So both teams have a chance on Spot Zones, Barnacle, and Dime to either adapt to the other team or to keep doing what they have been doing.
Yeah.
Because really, now they both know each other's strategies. It's still anybody's game.
Yeah, especially on Barnacle, which is the map where if you get wiped, if you get pushed away, you lose 30 seconds. You let your opponent score a lot of points because it takes a lot of special and a lot of time to get back onto the zone. Right there. If one team gets pushed away, they are in danger and they know it now. They know what to expect, what to do. But yeah, we are 1-1 between Messi 3 and Esporte Club Victoria. And yeah, it's on Victoria to adapt now, to know what to do.
Indeed, and when it comes to this map, I find it helpful to attach a few subs of swim speed up because it does take a while to get the zone, and to paint for special if you can, because if you can paint special with your GG specials like your Booyah Bombs, your Tri-Strikes, your Crabs, you're going to have a better time of getting back on your feet after you get splatted by anything. And here we are with the tiebreaker round between Messi 3 and Vitoria. Are you seeing any comp changes so far?
It feels like we're bringing pretty much the same weapons. Was that Dreadringer here? Okay, it was. Well, but I have very bad memory. But yeah, our teams are coming back. The plan is set, and right now we are fighting for the zone, Moku.
Fighting for a zone and fighting for their lives as Kraken comes out, and we're seeing a lead switch early on. Crab Tank versus Kraken, but Kraken gets deactivated real quickly here, Pat. And Messi 3 is keeping a good defense of their zone.
Yeah, that's the control by Messi 3, who activate the Crab Tank to keep Victoria in their spawn right now. Victoria struggling, waiting for the opportunity. They have the Reef Slider ready, and the Dreadringer is trying to go in, but the Hammer shutting everything down. That's a triple with the Hammer, Moku.
Oh, it's getting snowbally around here, Pat. It's usually around here that things start to snowball, and unless Victoria finds a way to break out of this lockout, they might not be able to retake the zone. But you never know. All it takes is a miracle push.
Well, the miracle push is getting less and less likely. Messi 3, who struggled in game number 1, just took this one and ran away with it. That was simple domination.
Indeed. GG's to both teams. An impressive performance on both of them. It was really fun to watch. And wow. Like I said, it does take a while to get, like you and I have been saying, it does take a while to get the zone. Messi 3 goes on to the next round, but what's this format? Is it double elimination?
It is.
Then Victoria and anybody else who ends up in loser's bracket, it might be a journey, but you also got a chance to go into the grand finals. So don't give up, don't get disheartened.
Yep, it's certainly not over. More to happen in the rest of this tournament, but I'll be away for now. For the first half of this, I'll be replaced by Antonin, who will be casting with you, Moku. So see you later. Bye bye.
Yeah, Pat. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a break so we can do the caster swapping, and we'll be right back.
falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside. I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time. Leave it all behind. I can't get enough of that I'm enough. Let me be the one for you.
Hello and welcome in. Today we have Usagi Fan Club versus Eclipse. I am Anson and I'm replacing Pat here. I may have woken up too late. Sorry. Here too, and I'm excited to get to commentate this game here with Moku. Moku, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I've seen Usagi Fan Club around in general in our tournaments. It's nice to see them again. And Eclipse, I'd love to see how the two of them fare against each other, especially as we're going into splat zones on ship-shaped cargo hold. And in Antonin, I was saying before that you have to make a beeline for this zone, but you don't always have to do a GG special like the triple splashdown or tri-strikes. how do you usually approach this map? Like, what do you think we're going to see out of this?
Well, it depends on the composition. I know some teams really like to run a more aggro composition and use those side flanks early to try to get behind the members who want to paint. Oh, it's Barnacle. Okay, it's Barnacle on that. I thought it should say Cargo.
Barnacle.
It's Barnacle. Well, then we can expect to see a very early crab. It's the race to the crab on this map, and we'll see which comp comes out on top. You see the Splash-O-Matic from Eclipse. Instead, we see this umbrella choice coming out from Eclipse.
Indeed, and we're seeing the crab come out. Crab going down to Mint Decav, already taking control of Stack as 2v1. Eclipse has numbers advantage as they keep the zone for right now. All it would take is for Usagi Fan Club to make a miracle push to get back into the zone as R goes down to Firecat. What are you seeing?
Firecat, such a nice early play, but it's a double cracking coming out from Usagi Fan Club to try to get some control back, and it works perfectly as Eclipse goes 3 down. Out comes the last specials and picks up the final splat onto Ellie here, and it might have been a rocky start. They lost that first fight, they got their crab taken out, but Usagi Fan Club looks like they know exactly how they want to push back on this map.
Indeed, and we're seeing a Tenebrella come out. Tenebrella is so great for getting zone, especially with Trizuka getting Hachiwara out of that battle. It's a nice bubbler as Eclipse retakes the zone. Crab Tank taking down Firecat. Nice defense on the side of Usagi Fan Club with the Crab Tank. And as Thyre goes down, we're seeing a zone switch here.
It was off the back of that, the Zuka coming out. The first 2 shots were great, but they had to push so far in to try to get a decent shot on the third. And Usagi Fan Club, they collapsed in, they popped their specials in response to getting the man advantage off that pick. And they make a very nice retake there on this fight. 50 points
nice
remaining,
job.
No penalty. We should see a lead swap here. Can they hold on even longer? We see the Booyah Bomb and 2 go down to the side of Eclipse.
Indeed. And that was a nice lockout. This might be a lockout here, Incident, as we're seeing Eclipse trying to make it out of their zone. Usagi Fan Club has all the map control that they could ever need as they are taking down their points. I think this is game.
That should be game indeed here, as Usagi Fan Club managed to, once they got control of zone, they kept control. It didn't matter if they lost the initial team fight or if they lost a couple members on the defense. The individual members would step up in and make enough trades, get enough splats to keep control over the zone and not let Eclipse breathe. And we'll see how that works here on our second map.
Going into our second map, it's going to be Spot Zones on Umami Ruins. We're having Double Zone as a brush. This is one of the most fun maps that I've ever played on. It's like, there's a lot of opportunities to flank on this map as long as you can keep snipes off of their silos with like that circular platform right as you're going into base. As long as you keep chargers, your backline tankers off of that. And by your, I mean the other teams. You have a good shot at keeping your zones. What do you think?
I think it's going to be which team has the better snipe rider here. It's going to be this Umami Ruins is all about getting your snipe rider onto the right sight lines. There's so many good sniper sight lines here that cut off those flanks, and you need to have them because, as you said before, it is a great map for flanking. There are so many routes that you can go around choke points with to get behind a painting enemy. So we'll see which team can get their snipe rider set up into a better position. That is going to be the battle. And we look at the comps here, it's very similar to what we saw last map.
Indeed, and it's a good choice to keep that Brella as well. Brella is, like I said, great for painting zone and as a great defense, but that Blaster was able to get behind as R is taking things from here on the side of Usagi Fan Club, going down to try Zuka, and going down. It's an early wipeout.
The members of Usagi Fan Club were able to find some great fights there, punishing this early aggression from the Brella. Brella has had a hold forward mindset, and it's starting to not work out as the members of Usagi Fan Club are getting behind it. That Brella is so important in getting your players into good positions with the shield. And Usagi, they're playing around it so well. But we have 4 minutes left in the match and 50 points remaining, with 2 going down to Usagi Fan Club. Eclipse, they're going to have all the time in the world to try to make this fight back. They just need
I was going to say, that's a nice shot on that. Oh, he fell. That happens. As we have somebody fall off the side of the map, rip, we're seeing Eclipse taking the zone for the first time of the match, applying penalty points to Usagi Fan Club, which were working on that lockout as we were seeing earlier in the match. And they're working on their own lockout. They're saying, we've got our own marshmallows, we got our own campfire, we're gonna camp out here. But Usagi Fan Club said, nope, get that out of here, sending out our Kraken, the zone's ours. I think they're going for another lockout incident.
They might be trying to. Usagi Fan Club has used that Kraken in such brilliant ways to get around this very defensive comp that can be coming out here from Eclipse. And they're just getting picked apart. That's 2 members down, and the penalty is starting to dwindle down. It's a 1-for-1 trade by Ellie and Eclipse. It's going to be tough, but they find 2 picks. 2 members go down without a cooler, which gives Eclipse this chance at fighting back. We see the bubble on the right is able to pick up the pick, and that should give Eclipse control.
And what I was seeing was that Eclipse had the numbers advantage to be able to do this here, Antonin. I was seeing 2 people go down on the side of Usagi Fan Club, which gives them the space to make that push, which is something you always want to do. As we're seeing R with the decav. I'm sorry, not the decav. I got my weapons confused, folks. It's moving so fast. But imagine if you did have another decav on the side of Usagi Fan Club. But we're seeing Hachiwara go down to Felty here. Pencil going for a more frontline route here, Antonin. What do you think?
Yes. Keeping this position right here that Felty is in is such a strong spot for the Pencil. But you gotta make sure that these specials like Crab and the Zukas, they don't get splats, and they do. They manage to find that Pencil. That is such a pivotal pick. But the Brella, and again, this Brella has been flanked first, think later, and it finally works out here. Can they get the second? The shots are going wide, and it's a bit hard. They get splat, but that aggression did buy them enough time to take the lead. Usagi Fan Club needed to try to climb back here in this map, but they do manage to get that pick. Eclipse has been very aggressive with this comp, and Usagi, they're struggling to find full punishes, but they find it, and this should be a swap.
Indeed, and it was a lead swap here, Antonin. I'm really impressed with how Tenebrella is being the distraction, allowing their team to get the lead earlier. But Usagi Fan Club whittles down their penalty points. We're seeing a lead switch here as Kraken comes out. But, and size disadvantage still. All they need is a good push on the side of Eclipse to take back the zone. And with 40 seconds left, they might have the time here, Antonin.
I don't think they do, actually. The points are reaching like 0. They got 3 down before the cooler could come out. So the max respawn time, they just couldn't get back in fast enough. It was a wonderful fight from them, but Usagi Fan Club are locked in and take this series 2-0. And it was just such strong defensive play, I'd say, from Usagi Fan Club. Keeping control of zones, making sure you trade your teammates. It's exactly what I want to see out of their comp, out of their team, out of the players. It's absolutely fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the rest of this tournament.
GG's both teams. I'm I'm very impressed with how they performed. Both teams have fought valiantly, and something about Umami Ruins on Splat Zones is that it does take a while to get out of your zone, not your zone, but your base. You're gonna want to have, like I said with Barnacle and Dime, you're gonna want to have your Juju specials ready, and you'll want to attach some subs of swim speed up, which is something I do. It's like, okay, big map, I'm putting on my swim speed and my I can't remember what the name of it is, but it allows you to swim stealthily.
Stuffing.
It's a good combo.
And now we're going to have 2 more teams battle it out. Next up, after a very short break, it'll be Cobb Apologists versus Ants. Stay right there in your seats. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Don't touch that dial. And welcome back to Triton-Cup 122. We are going into this next set with Cop Apologists versus Ants. And I'm joined by the lovely Ansonin. Ansonin, how are you doing today, and are you ready to see them throw down?
I am doing absolutely wonderful. That last match was very fun to watch, and I am ready to watch Cobb Apologists versus Ants. That seems like such a exciting matchup here. So, I got my popcorn ready. I've got my soda, and I hope you do too, because this will be a barn burner.
Oh yeah, we're getting right into it now. I'm seeing Penn on the side of... I don't know what the teams are yet. The colors are not yet assigned to anybody on my side of the screen. I love the decaf
It
though.
will be Ants on
Alright, here
orange.
we are.
Top apologist on. And we see Gold
This
Chip
is-
on the E-Leader. Oh, I might be biased.
Yeah, I would have been biased too if there was a brush. In all seriousness, we're seeing Ants currently in the lead, taking back the zone, working on an early game lockout here. Gold Chip with the E-Leader, hoping to take down at least a couple of people on the side of Ants. And if they can do that, that would be huge for Cop Apologists. Because they need to get a push in if they wish to take back zone. And is that a screen we're seeing here, Ansta?
That is going to be the screen. We see that gal, the screen gal, coming out from Ants. I've been playing that weapon for a decent chunk of time now, though I switched to a bucket recently. But I'm excited to see how Ants use it. That was one of the best specials for pushing in, and it can be it can get misused though. It's all about the timing of when you pop it. Meanwhile, Comp Apologists are running a very slow defensive comp, and we're seeing the strength of that come out now as they're holding this zone for so long. Ants, they're forced to do so much and try to fight through, and when they do get a pick, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Control gets lost, but it's 2 down on the side of on the side of Ants as the screen goes out, and that's going to be the lead swapping here. But Ants, they've finally broken the defense, and they've gotten 3 picks down.
Indeed, and we're seeing Ants keeping the zone. They just have to whittle down their penalty points. S-Blast dropping in from the top rope. Ultimately, Monolith taking out a member of Ants. And we've got Monolith here dodging Trizuka shots and Crab shots. I'm so sorry. That was not Trizuka, that was Crab. Matrixing those shots so much, call them Neo. But in all seriousness, we're seeing that Ants has whittled away their penalty points, and we're seeing that lead switch here, Antsman.
Yeah, it's a very
Another
important
screen goes
lead
out.
switch. Cobb Apologist, the comp is really, I said it's slow. It's going to be hard to break through here, and we'll see what they can do. They managed to get 2 picks, but the control is still in Ants' favor, and it's just the time left on the clock that so many Ants members down. Can Cobb Apologist flip the zone? It's a 1-for-1 trade. The score is so tight here, but do we see the Wavebreaker come out? It grabs the pick onto the screen gal here. 5 remaining. 3 remaining. It's a battle over the zone. We see a fight on the left flank. It goes the way of Ants, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. J-Blast, can they paint it enough? They cannot. It's close, but Ants comes out with the zone.
Indeed. And it really looked like Cobb Apologist was going to take that zone, but it seemed like for every foot of paint, it was just painted over like it was nothing. We're going to the next set, which is going to be Flat Zones on Mahi Mahi. Now, Antonin, this game mode, you'll want to always pay attention to the left side. What do you make of this map mode?
Personally, this is my favorite map mode in the game, has been since launch, and I'm excited to see what kind of specials we're going to see. We saw Cobb Apologist, again, slow comp, E-Leader and Zap. It's a map, it's a comp that really wants to find a good positioning for this E-Leader and take as much time as it needs to. And then once it gets that E-Leader set up, now you have so much control over the rest of the map. Mahi Mahi is a small map. There is not a lot to play around before the water drops. So maybe we see a swap off that composition. Or maybe they, go more heavy into the slow comp. We could see. But Ants, they're in a wonderful position here. And if they could just keep up that same performance they had last map, we might not see map 4.
This is true. What I want to say about comps that are traditionally slower, like we're seeing with Cobb Apologists, was that Cobb Apologists you were talking about?
Yes.
I want to make sure.
It's
That
the
kind of comp is
E-Leader
great.
and Zap, yeah.
Got it. thank you. Is that kind of comp which is great for defense when you already have the zone or any other objective in your possession. Not too great for retaking all of the time, but really there's a point where team comp in terms of your chemistry is going to outshine your composition. So composition isn't everything. It's still anybody's game. Comp apologists might surprise us with something new that we have not even figured out yet, Antonin. And what do you think? What do you think that they might end up doing? Do you think we're going to see any comp changes, or?
Well, we'll see here what it's going to be. I believe that is the same gal on the side of Ants, and it is going to be that same composition, that core of that E-Leader core plus the S-Blast decav for whatever aggression they can muster. But the bubble on this map mode is, I say, considerably better here, so let's see what will happen. Ants, they managed to get the first fight here. Now they're in a prime position to take this across the line. Can they find the picks? It's a spectacular pick. 2 down though on the side of Ants, and that's going to be a third J-Blast. A great pick there to give themselves this zone, and they need to start working on these points now, but they can't get the paint.
But now they can. They have given penalty to Ants. Cobb Apologists managing to keep the zone for just a little bit, putting down that defensive bubbler. And what we're seeing here is 3 of them working on that lockout, getting those marshmallows out as one of their teammates goes down. They've whittled away their penalty points. I know that's the thing I always say. But what we're seeing here is the beginnings of a potential lockout here, Antonin.
Yes, the Cobb Apologists, I don't really know where the majority of their paint is coming from, and that's going to be a problem. But they do have some splat power, and they managed to find the picks. It's 2 down on both sides. As Ants manages to respawn here, there's a bunch of paint going onto the zone, but it draws these members into the firing range where Ants has them locked down. And Cobb Apologists, it's going to take a miracle here to get back in on this zone.
Indeed, but I think it is Ants' game this match. So we're going to see if Cobb Apologists can turn this around in Game 3, or if Ants is going to overtake the picnic here.
It's
Or I should say
going
Ants
to be a difficult map 3 here. I mean, Cobb Apologists seem to be able to backfoot that entire map, not really able to capitalize off the picks and wins that they found in team fights. And going into map 3 here, it is going to favor this E-Leader a little bit more. It's going to favor the comp a bit more, but this is a big center zone here, and you know, maybe you do need a little bit of extra paint here.
This is one of those big maps where you would really benefit from getting some Ninja Squid and your swim speed up combo. But I say this is a brush, so a little bit of brush bias. But I think in general, a slow comp like the one Cobb Apologist has, which is traditionally slower, it's not a bad comp. Actually pretty good under most circumstances. But what you have is a team that's going against another team that's going with their namesake. And they're kind of quick and organized, and they know how to overtake a picnic if you let them. Like, one moment you have food, next moment your sandwich is all the way over there. but for real.
They're finding these picks. They're using this shooter-centered comp where it's all about the movement. They're all flexible, and they can all find positions to almost trap these members of Cobb Apologists who are trying to push up and find space they so desperately need for this composition to work. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting map 3. I mean, I would be, if I'm Cobb Apologist, I am sitting in the locker room here, and we're talking this out. You gotta even if it's a mental reset, it doesn't have to be a comp change. It could be a strategy change. It could be a, you know what, we got this, right? But a break needs to happen. You need to regain this composure, and you can't just insta-go next. And I believe that is what we have seen. Let's see if there are any changes. Don't think I see a single change, and it's not going to be a single comp change on the side of Cobb Apologist. So, I mean, these members must be very familiar with each weapon, and so we'll see if they can come out on top. It's going to be the first pick here for Cobb Apologist. Is that a sign of things to go?
I think so, Antonin. Cobb Apologist already taking the lead switch early on, but that's going to be followed up by Ant's own lead switch. And they're trying to go for that lockout, but there's a really good chance that Cobb Apologist might have some tricks up their sleeve, as we're currently watching a 3v3.
This could be a 3v3. These members of Ants have such good jump spots, but two members go down. The gold chip on that E-leader, that is the power. It's such a long-range sniper, and you're able to get some splats that teams maybe aren't very familiar with playing safe around this range. They're so used to snipe riders being that traditional backline weapon that you're not always expecting of an E-leader to splat you from that far away. But Cobb Apologist, they have a lot of points to work with here. And this fight on the right side of the map, you gotta keep this map controlled, but it is just going to be given here. Lead does not swap as Ants find the picks. Killer Whale comes out, but it's 2 down on the side of Ants. Jade Blast, a spectacular flank. Can they get these fights? They can. It's a spectacular fight, but again, Ants has such good paint. That's gonna make Cobb Apologist have to work through this penalty again.
Indeed, they do. But Cobb Apologist is so close to taking that lead switch as T goes down to Splat. Ooh, 2 goes down to S-Blast. Ants keeping their zone, but they still have about 17 points of penalty to get through before they can even keep their lead. But what I love to see is that Cobb Apologist, they were working on a lockout. Monolith going down to Rapid Blaster, but they got their GG special. This was a good time special, but it did not claim the zone.
It didn't claim zones. It didn't claim any splats. It was trying to get control of the top right side on that plat, and it wasn't able to do that either. J-Blast goes down, and you need a hero play here. And the heroes, well, they're going down here.
The heroes are here.
They can't get dispatched anymore, but let's see. Can you win this fight?
The
Al
hero
goes
is here.
down. It's a 1-for-1 though, but there's 1 point remaining, and that is going to be an Ants sweep.
They overtook the picnic. While the Cobb Apologists had tried to stamp them out, the Ants still stole their sandwiches, their anything that you bring to a picnic. They stole it. It's theirs now. The food is theirs. GG's both teams for real though. Ants will be going on while Cobb Apologists heading down the loser's bracket, but even though it's a journey to get back up into grand finals, it's still anybody's tournament. It's still anybody's tournament. It's still anybody's game. But for now, Ants moves on to the next round here. What did you think about this whole set that we've seen?
It was just a powerhouse shown by Ants. Cobb Apologists, they played very good the first one, but Ants seemed to have their number on the next two. They seemed to have figured out what this team was built around and doing, and Cobb Apologists just couldn't make that adaptation fast enough. And so Ants, I mean, great play. I'm excited to see how they're going to fare in the rest of the tournament. And if they keep playing like this, how far they can get is the question we need to start asking.
Limit. And honestly, that can go for any team that's still in this tournament. The sky is the limit. All it can take, like you said. I want to expand on that. Mental reset, having a break. Doesn't always have to be a comp change, like you said. And I look forward to seeing how things are looking by the end of the tournament here, Antonin.
Well,
So
we will
what were you gonna
see
say?
the rest of the tournament soon here. I mean, this was a great showing, but we'll have maps like this, series like this later. Just not too far away. Right after a break. Hello and welcome in. We have Usagi Fan Club again here on the stream versus the Four Horsemen, and I am so excited to see Usagi Fan Club again, especially against a wonderful team, a spectacular team like the Four Horsemen.
Indeed, and Usagi Fan Club, it's nice to see them this far into the tournament going against the Four Horsemen. I was thinking before I saw the whole name, I thought the whole name was going to be the Four Horsemen, the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. That's blessed. Nah, I'm just kidding. I clown around too much, y'all. But for real, we're about to get into this. Spot zones on Brinewater Springs. It is a small map, but very contested because this zone has a structure in the middle of it.
Alright, chat room, get the counters ready. How many times will the zone flip? Fun drinking game, take a shot every time. Don't.
No.
No.
We're talking about apple juice. Apple juice is
down
good for
like
you.
a whole carton
So
of
is
apple
water.
juice if you did that, by the way. This zone
We're seeing
is
Zinc
so
Mini.
contested. Oh,
Zinc Mini.
Zimmy!
Zinc-
We're seeing Zimmy mirrors, bro! There's a Zimmy on both sides! Oh my god.
No better
I'm
Zimmy as
trapped in.
Rayu working on taking that zone, taking it from. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the team overlay. I do apologize. Rayu taking out.
Ooh.
I don't know how to pronounce that word. Kiki Babs going down to Rayu, working on that lockout. Zinc Mini. Thank you so much. I see the teams now. Usagi Fan Club having numbers advantage. All they need to do is keep themselves on a defensive play like this, and they'll take the zone. But because it doesn't take too long to get to the zone, we could see a lot of lead switches here, Antonin.
But they're in such a good position to lock it out. See, the reason that this zone flips is that you're able to get the Snipe Rider up in a position where they can paint the zone very easily. But Usagi Fan Club are playing to not allow the 4 Horsemen to get in that position. And it's working fantastically. These members are going down, but it's a 3rd member down the 4 Horsemen. Usagi Fan Club, they're in prime positions. That's that Snipe Rider going down. 20 points remaining to go down. Will it be enough to swap the zone? But it's a spectacular pick on a Nori! Oh, but
Nori Prime, the Zipcaster going down. I am so sorry. I was so excited, Antonin. I just wanted to say that was a nice pick on that Zipcaster as we're seeing the 4 Horsemen taking the zone. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. That was a very hype pick right there.
It is more than fine. That is an insane pick onto the Zipcaster. And now the 4 Horsemen, they're doing the exact same thing. With this upwards position that you can get with the Zimmy and the walls, you can absolutely start to make this map a little bit slower, but it's still fast. The zone will still flip. And Usagi Fan Club, now they need to just get control. They're getting these splats. They find all 3, but now they have 69 penalty to run through, and that is difficult.
This is true, and it can be difficult when you're in a situation like this where you have to get the zone back, because if you're the 4 Horsemen right now, you would have to mount a push. You need to go together if you want to take back the zone and have a chance at winning the match. But it's already 2 minutes away from ending. It's still anybody's game.
But it's not enough. They can't get the members in that bubble to start painting. And that's going to be 3, 2, 1. The splats come in, and Usagi Fan Club, they will be taking the first map in a decisive fashion.
This is so true. Usagi Fan Club keeping it locked down with map control as far as the eye can see and mounting lockouts the way they were doing. And I've got to say, their position was in such... Their position was stellar, is what I want to say. And considering that their name was FBI Cam, I tried to come up with a joke, but I couldn't. The only thing I could say is they're definitely very observant of the battlefield, taking in all the info they can. I'm just joking around. I joke too much, so... Antonin, we're about to go into Hagglefish Market on zones, the bread and butter of comp. How are you feeling about this?
Alrighty, chat room here. We will have a second map here. It is going to be Hagglefish Market here. And I'm excited to see this is a lot less hectic of a map here. So maybe that's what the 4 Horsemen needs, is that tempo change. They seem to be able to get those picks, and they had a decent defense, but this sheer speed that Usagi Fan Club fought with was just too much for them to keep holding on to the defense. So maybe a slower map is going to be what they need here to bring this to a 1-1 tie. Or Usagi Fan Club will ride that momentum and bring us to that series point.
I agree. A slower and bigger map could be what they need to do this, because Usagi Fan Club did kind of have a faster comp, which does mean that they can kind of get up into their faces much more easily, I should say. Do you think we're going to see any comp changes?
Not really. I think the comps coming out from both sides are very solid. We might see less Zimmy, but it's still pretty decent on here. Bubble is such a good special, and indeed, it is going to be we're going to go to Vanilla Mini here. Some Vinny, instead of that Bubble, we're going to have that Stamp A very interesting choice coming out here from the Four Horsemen, but we'll see if it pays off. Meanwhile, this is going to be special. It's going to be that bubble, the early bubble coming out, and it's a 1-for-1 trade
nice
with
trade.
the stamp.
It was a nice trade on with that stamp, and we're going for an early game wipeout on the side of Usagi Fan Club. The Four Horsemen fighting for their lives as Kraken invades the base.
That is
But
the power of that special.
true, they're mounting a lockout. They've already said, hey, this is our campsite, but one of them goes down. Nori Prime has the chance to use their Booyah Bomb to reclaim the zone, and that does help, as the Four Horsemen can finally get some points onto the scoreboard. They are they are more defensive than last game here, Incident. What do you think?
They are. Four Horsemen, they're finding these picks here. They're finding these individual members, but out comes that Kraken, and we've seen what this Kraken can do. It's buying a lot of time. It's buying, getting a lot of space too, and it won't go punished. That is unfortunate for Four Horsemen, but Usagi Fan Club would love to have that happen. Out comes the Booyah, eclipse the right side, but the stamp gets the pick, and it's a second for the Vinny here. But that is all they right here as the S-Blast goes down. It's 43-42. Can the Four Horsemen grab this lead? They have to work through this penalty, but they're going down here.
And the Four Horsemen almost had that lead switch before Usagi Fan Club clutched it at the last second. Already, Usagi Fan Club not messing around anymore. Finally saying, you can't camp out here like we did. We're taking your s'mores, and we're taking them, and you can't have them. That's all I can say.
Taking the s'mores.
Look at
How dare they?
map control. Nice trade.
Trade's going to work out in Usagi Fan Club's favor as 2 goes down on the side of the Four Horsemen. It's a third, and this fight is just not won by them. The Snipe Rider will try to hold on, but they get splat underneath the tent here. Kazemi finding a spectacular pick, and there shouldn't be enough time. That Booyah will be enough to stall, but they do have their own Booyah in the back pocket, and that is going to be a wipeout as Usagi Fan Club. It's a second absolute statement of a map.
Can I just say, Ryu using that Toxic Mist in combination with their Zimmy was something that caught my eye. That is a good way of using Toxic Mist. With Toxic Mist, you can't refill your ink tank, you're slower, and you're more vulnerable to getting picked off like that. So if you're a team carry, or if you're like an anchor, you'll want to avoid getting Toxic Misted like that. But while the Four Horsemen did do better on this map, Usagi Fan Club, they had the faster comp this time. They had more paint. What do you think, Jansen? And do you think that there was anything that the Four Horsemen could have done differently that strikes you, or?
There was a couple misplays by individual members on positioning, but there's nothing massive. There was no key flaw in how they played. Usagi were just finding these individual picks, these individual plays that, sometimes just happens. Four Horsemen just need to, again, take that breather and calm their hands, and if they just win more fights, genuinely win more fights here. This map is so good for their comp, even though the comps are similar, right? Just don't get too excited, I think is the key here for the Four Horsemen.
I have to agree with that. And something I want to build off of. I'm sorry?
Oh, we are getting into it.
Oh, we're already in the middle of battle.
Yeah. In the middle of battle, we'll see what is going on in this map. It's a back and forth here. Neither side has taken zone. And it looks like we're on this stamper now here for the Four Horsemen. And the Usagi Fan Club, they're just playing together as a team so well. And they're fighting these very aggressive picks, and they're following it up with great special use. The Kraken coming out there is pivotal as it manages to get 3 members down on the Four Horsemen, and this is such a good early fight for Usagi Fan Club.
And what I want to build off of here is that I've noticed that the Four Horsemen had a size disadvantage in the beginning, which contributed to this early lead here, what we're seeing here. But if Four Horsemen can push together, they'll have a chance to reclaim the zone at least once. What we're seeing is a Booyah Bomb that was launched at the zone, but it's a wipeout on the side of Usagi Fan Club. Actually, no, on the side of Four Horsemen. They take the zone.
Yes,
Did you
they
believe it,
managed to
Anson?
get the picks in just the right spots, and it was such a good special use, but here it is coming, the Four Horsemen. It seems like their apocalypse is slowing down here as Usagi Fan Club are finding picks, but it's a double on the dropping members here. Such good positioning from the Four Horsemen right there, but we're holding this Booyah. Will it find a pick? It does! It finds Ryu! The patience
That's a huge pick!
pays off! But the Booyah comes back in response. There's not enough paint to keep it from neutralizing the zone. Usagi Fan Club, they now have permission to drop off the back of that, and they use that play. They grab the picks. The Four Horsemen are in a bad position here. Can they come out with their lives intact? It's not enough. The Kraken find it, and the Usagi Fan Club keep their lead here.
The Four Horsemen would need to do now is just look for opportunities to keep picking off Usagi Fan Club as THH goes down. And what we're seeing here is Usagi Fan Club taking back the zone. And what I wanted to say, we're seeing some lag. Never mind. I don't know if that was stream or if that was Nintendo being itself, but we're seeing this nice fight down here. Hachiwara and FBI cam going down as Four Horsemen have taken the zone for themselves here, Ansonin.
This is a spectacular double for this Spatana. And again, when you call those nerds, these Four Horsemen, they can splat. They are such good individual players. You just need to let them do their thing sometimes, and that is what happens here. The penalty goes down, and can these members find the picks? Usagi Fan Club need to get down, and that is the difficult point. They're going to use specials here. The Stamp finds a 1-for-1 trade, but the Four Horsemen go more down as the Kraken comes out, and the drop is camped. 19-18, it was a point difference, but with a minute and a half left, it's going to be really hard for the Four Horsemen to get back on this. Is this how map 3 will end?
Something that I've always been told growing up is that if you can do something once, you'll do it again. And if Four Horsemen have already done this twice before, almost getting the lead and then having it lost, they can actually reclaim the zone, as they do now, and take out someone like Ryu or Chikawa, which would be huge picks, considering that, from what I'm seeing, along with Hachiwara, these were team carries as well. Not that one person's doing better than the other, but we all have a team carry. We all have that one or two people where it's like holding it together. I see somebody jump out
so well, and now it's Four Horsemen on this end. They're gonna have to make it another comeback in here, and it's 30 seconds remaining. But that is a pick from the Booyah, punishing that aggressive wall use. It's a great micro play there, but the paint just needs to get on zone, and these members are being penalized for trying. It's 20 seconds remaining, 2 down, but the drops, they could come in. This Hachikawa on this side has to retreat. 14 seconds remaining. It's going to go to overtime if the Four Horsemen can hold on. Will it happen? The countdown is on the screen, but it's a right side flank. Out comes the Kraken. 2 go down. 1 second remaining. There's 2 down to the side of Fan Club. But it's a spectacular Kraken pick. It's 2 for the Kraken. Is that enough? Will that be all she wrote? It looks like it might be.
It's in overtime.
It's a fantastic play. But that's more orange on the
gotta keep
zone.
it.
It's back and forth, but it's 3 down. Oh,
And
it's not enough.
Usagi
Fan Club.
Usagi Fan Club taking the set. GG's both teams. Four Horsemen and Usagi Fan Club did absolutely amazing. What I was noticing out of Four Horsemen was that that's a team where you just gotta let them warm up. You just gotta let them cook. You just gotta let them assess the situation. Might take a couple battles, but when they get into the groove, they really get into it. Even though they didn't take a game this set, I saw the potential. I saw the vision. Usagi Fan Club goes on to the next round. And like I've been saying to any other team that's been in loser bracket or has gone to losers bracket so far, you've still got a while to grand finals. It's a journey, but you can get there. And I want to see who makes it to grand finals. I might not be commentating that far, but I still want to see it.
I would love to
What do
see.
you
I'm
think,
tuning
Ethan?
into the stream to see more of this Usagi Fan Club. They're playing so well. They're on a tear. You know? It's it doesn't look like much of anything can stop them.
Usagi Fan Club is quite the force to be reckoned with here, as we see them going up against a team in the winners finals. Are we there yet? Yeah, we're there yet now.
Already to the
Against a
winners
team
finals.
Seed 1 versus Seed 2, not surprising, but how do you pronounce that first name? That team name, I should say. I don't know why I said first name.
Oh.
Oh my.
No, I don't think I'm gonna try.
We might have to ask somebody.
We'll figure it out. We'll put
We'll
our
have to
brain
phone a
cells
friend.
together. Soon after the break, we're gonna need some time to wrap our heads around this puzzle. So, you stay right there, because we'll be right back.
And drink water. Don't be like me.
Thin ice, walking on my own. Praying nights, should I let it go? You said that it would change, but you're going home, and I'm losing hope. Nobody thought it all. But you would never know that I'm still afraid. The things you say are adding numbers to my days. What if you told
Hello and
And
welcome.
welcome back.
Oh,
Sorry, I thought I was leading in.
you can keep going.
Welcome back to Triton-Cup 122. I am Moku. I'm joined here for winners finals with the lovely Antonin. How are you doing today, Antonin? We've seen so many battles. Are you ready for winners bracket finals?
Oh, I am so ready for Usagi Fan Club versus
EXG, I hear.
PhD, I believe. Yes. As you know, that. Thank God we don't have to call them Kintogo Kukulikvik.
I wouldn't
That's
even
a
know how
bit
to
of a
keep doing that.
mouthful. But I hope Kintogo Kukulikvik can really maintain their legendary status here on Barnacle and Nightmare, as that is going to be the first map.
We're seeing those mini splatlings out again on both sides. As we're seeing Gray's team come up into zone, taking the zone frame 1 as Ryu goes down to Slosher. How do we feel about this? Are they going for that early lockout, Antonin? What do you see here?
I mean, you have to on Barnacle and Dime, but the question is, this Team Cup is full of blasters. Is it going to be able to create that pressure is the question. It looks like they're getting the picks though, but Usagi Fan Club, now they're starting to work back in with that City, and that's going to be the important part. They do get the points, they get the penalty applied, but Gray's team, they're one down this time, and it's going to be a bit more, actually a bit easier now, as they managed to get some picks. That Killer Whale was fantastic, and it's 3 down on the side of Usagi Fan Club. Jordan's team absolutely turning things around again.
Indeed, Gray's carries going through with the lockout. I'm so tongue-tied right now, seeing how fast-paced this match is as the Booyah Bomb comes out. Last-ditch effort to get this zone back as Gray goes down to Chikawa. Chikawa taking out, or at least trying to take out that Ultra Stamp. We've got Kitten. We've got Kitten for you. Hoping taking back that zone, Ansonin. It's really fast-paced here.
Yeah, and we see that Vinny, that vanilla Vinny we saw last game. It's such an interesting choice. You don't get that bubble, but it's 3 down on both sides. Usagi Fan Club has the point, but it's going to be the mini battle. Who comes out? It's going to be the City as Specials fly back and forth, but recent SQ Majors winners plus Gray end up coming out on top of it. They do end up going 2 down. Can these Usagi Fan Club members find these individual members? They cannot. It's 2 down on their side, and the penalty is finally taken out for Noah's super special team. Can they grab the win?
I think there's always a chance for things to turn around for Usagi Fan Club. The Usagi Fan Club has not just caught up with every other team, but has dominated them too. And it seems as though Usagi Fan Club is subjected to the wipeout on the side of PXG here. And it seems to me that Gray's team takes the win for this match.
I mean, Vic absolutely playing spectacularly that map. It was just textbook, and they're playing a bit of an interesting composition, and they use the strengths of their composition very well, playing around the range, playing around their team composition, and playing around their shot calling. It's spectacular, but Usagi Fan Club, we've seen how they play, how they can absolutely take games. So this second map it's all about this second map. Can Jordan's team get on top here and find that necessary second map and get the momentum, or can Usagi Fan Club start stealing these maps and getting them into their favor?
I think Usagi Fan Club has enough time to turn this around. I think what happened was that PXG happened to catch them off guard, but Usagi Fan Club seems like the type of team that can assess what your team's doing and then flip it on its head and take advantage of your. They can turn their strengths into weaknesses. There are teams out there that can do that. If that makes sense.
A strong
Usagi Fan Club is one of them.
A strong team is. It's not about, oh, well, our individual players play really well, or, we make the right decisions in terms of our team composition. True. The real mark of a good team, a great team, one of the best, is how they can adapt. When they are put into situations where they don't have the answer immediately, how can they figure it out? How can they adapt? What do they change? Is it a strategy? Is it positioning? Is it the way they shot call? All those things, it's not just about being the best in them, it's about changing them on the fly. I've seen it from tons of top level teams in tons of different games, and Usagi Fan Club, they really want to show that they're the best of the best, deserving of this win. They're going to need to adapt.
I couldn't agree more with you, Ansonin. Adaptability is one of the biggest skills you'll want to have in this game as a whole. And next match will be Splat Zones on Mincemeat, and this is a big map. It's just as big as Barnacle and Dime in that, like I once said before, you're gonna have to have that ninja swim burst and the I keep forgetting it. The swim speed up combo.
Yeah. You're gonna
You
need
don't have
be
to
able
have
to
it, but
swim
I like it.
fast. I mean, I've been a Ninja Squid user on anything I run for a long time, but
and then you have the brush main. You gotta do it. I mean, I gotta do it. You don't have to do it if you're a brush
I
main. Like
mean,
any other brushes can play the way they want.
I slap it on my head sometimes, you know. But
Yeah.
this is going to be the pivotal map. Looks like teams are going to be taking that time. Usagi Fan Club talking things over amongst themselves, and that's very, very important here. Because you don't want series to get out of your hands before you're already on series point. You want to take these early timeouts and really figure out what you need to change. It's here. We're going to get into it. Gray's team looks like no major composition changes. And I think we see some composition changes coming out on the side. Side of Usagi Fan Club.
It seems like our stream is delayed. Is it my stream or your stream too, Anson?
Oh, it is my stream as well. Don't worry. I will do my best to commentate at 1 FPS. This is a challenge. There's 2 members down on the side of Usagi Fan Club here. And it's traded. Gray's team going 2 down as well, but they have control of the zone. And with the 3rd going down, however, Usagi Fan Club, they're really going to be able to start pushing forward here, start grabbing this space here, and they don't have any penalty to work through, so it's all going to be about how long you can take control of zone. And they have 2 picks here. It seems like that adaptation that I was talking about, they are starting to make it. They are starting to work on doing things differently.
Indeed, and I was just gonna say, welcome to our Microsoft PowerPoint of a tournament here. We're seeing PXG with the map control unleashing what I thought was a triple X strike. Rapid Blaster going down. As we see one jump in, the zone is now in the possession of Usagi Fan Club, which has the lead so far, Anson. And like I said, all they have to do is assess your playstyle, and they know what to do.
Yes, that is the key component of a good team. They're really finding these members as they're trying to push in. They're finding them as they're trying to drop them, and they're keeping them on the back foot. That's important, but to go down on the side of Usagi Fan Club, and they don't have Cooler up. That is very key into this fight here. So it's going to be about whether they can get to spots. This is going to be Vinny finding Ryu there, and that could be the difference, but there's 20 points remaining. They do need to paint the zone eventually, but as the tri-strikes come down, that is going to be the zone flip, but they have so many points to work through. It's going to be so hard to defend this for so long.
This is so true. Because now Chikawa has been spotted, but Ryu managing to splat one of the members of PXG, also going down. But PXG has some map control here, having whittled away their penalty points. I think they can hold it long enough in order to take the lead here. We might be seeing a lead switch here. Oh,
we don't. Usagi Fan Club, holding on for just a little bit longer, but they go 3 down. It's a fantastic fight, and it's a delayed wipeout by Kentucky Golovkin, and that is such a spectacular wipeout to have. You're so late into this map. It's whether or not you can keep this momentum going, but they go 2 down on way too aggressive of a push there.
yes, and according to this slideshow that we're showing you now on behalf of Dapple Productions here, this tournament battle, between Usagi Fan Club and PXG, it's neck and neck. They're just reading each other's minds, is what I would say.
Yes,
And we are back to proper frame rate here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's so
We can
smooth.
see! We can see!
Oh no! Actually,
We can see!
I was kind of vibing with the 2 FPS.
Ryu going down as Pato
CKK, go back.
taking
No,
the time to launch back to base as Cooler is out onto the field or get into the. I don't even know. I was vibing with the 2 FPS. Now I'm over here like, whoa, now it's fast again.
back and forth. We get to see the chaos that is being unfolded in this map. We were shielded by how back and forth this match truly is. I mean, we see the paint go orange and then immediately 3 go down to the side of this on Gray's team here. And now Usagi Fan Club, they gotta work through their penalty. 30 seconds remaining, 5-point differential. Who will come out top? It's a 2 for 2 here as the points tick down, the time ticks down, and the jump should get capped. It's a bit messy,
nice.
but it is enough hidden for you. Does go down. 18 seconds remaining as the penalty is whittling down. 10 penalty remaining, 5 points. It's so close, but Usagi Fan Club just need to get these picks, but it's 2 down on the side of Usagi Fan Club. The tri-strikes, that's a GG special going out. 30 seconds remaining. Do they have it? They have enough. Usagi Fan Club, it's by 1 point, but it is just not enough. That is Jordan's
They were really close.
narrowly clawing it back. But I mean, Usagi Fan Club, they've truly found the adaptation. If they can keep this up, maybe they can get that map 3, but 3 times SQ Majors winners are really putting their forefoot here, and they are trying to make a statement. Can they take this in 3 maps is the question, or will we go to the best map in the game?
I'm seeing that, like you were saying, Usagi Fan Club did catch on to what they were doing over there on PXG. So what I think is going to happen is that Usagi Fan Club is going to take this next match. Like, I'm just going to lay all my cards on the table. I believe they're going to take this next match if they know, I don't want to do commentator's curse. So, let me just pull it back here. I think Usagi Fan Club has a huge chance to turn this around and give PXG what for. PXG is also one of those top level teams that have won Sendo Q majors. They've gone to Worlds, or
I think maybe some of these members, but I don't know. I do not have any confirmation on that.
I see. So we do not have any confirmation as of now, but it wouldn't surprise me.
They're a very good Sendo
but
Q team. All these members are absolute Sendo Q grinders, and they're so good. And it's, they could very well get this winner side grand finals, but it's going to be about whether or not they can hold off Usagi Fan Club, who, again, that was such a tight game too. If Usagi Fan Club just makes a little bit more adaptations, we could see a swing. We could see a reverse sweep. I won't curse it out of existence, however, because
we're seeing one member of PXG go down already. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm so bad at that.
Oh, it's fine. As these members are finding these picks, it's so back and forth, though. The chaos is getting into our comms a little bit.
Ray going down to Chikawa. Chikawa put on the back foot in that little corner battle. Ryu helping out with the zone, but going down as Triple Ink Strike takes back control of the zones. What are you seeing here, Ansonin?
I mean, it's 2 zones. It's Usagi Fan Club trying to get control of one, and Noah's carry is finding control of the other one. And so it's a difficult situation to really fight through. You have to get picks. You have to win team fights. You can't just get 1 or 2 and then try to paint. You have to get 2, maybe a 3rd, but that 3rd is what happens. But we have the Zimmy in a bubble on that top spot. That's such a power position. Instead of the Snipe Rider being there, because there's no Snipe Riders on these team tops, it is going to be that Zimmy. That is such a good positioning play. As PXG, they're playing in such a good position. 50 remaining, no penalty, 3 minutes. Can they keep control? It's a spectacular splat with the Triple Ink Strike, but out comes the stamp and it gets camped. Oh no, Usagi Fan Club, this is a tough position to be in.
We saw Pato go down, and we saw Ryu go down as well. We're seeing PXG taking all this map. It's so hard for me to say it in words, but
Yeah,
map control as far as the
they're-
eye can see, almost losing the zone at the very end there, but managing to take the set 0-3. It
it's
seems as if PXG is going on to grand finals.
that is textbook play on Umami. That is how you want to be playing this map. It's not just about pushing up to that top plat, it's about keeping control of the middle zone plat as long as possible. That is such a power position, and PXG played that to perfection. If you want a map to look at to train this map, I mean, that right there, that's the textbook written.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I was hoping that they would go to game 4. I want some of that ramen. It's like, if y'all go to Rebel Ramen, can I have some too? Like, can me and Anson, do you want some ramen? What kind of ramen do you like?
I've kind of got some Maruchan beef in the pantry right now. I could crack out the old pot and get me some ramen, but that is enough wiffle waffling about my lunch choices here. As I mean, PXG, they get into grands off that, right? That's the massive part, is that they are sitting comfortable. They get to take a break, but it's Usagi Fan Club. They now have to fight tooth and nail through that loser side bracket in order to make it to grands. And if we see, them get to grands, will we see the adaptation? Will we see the comeback? It is the question that is on all of our minds, but there's so many teams in the losers, any one of them can make it up instead. So that's going to be very interesting. But that is, I believe, going to be all from us two. That is our last match, if I'm correct.
Indeed,
So-
that is the end of our casting block for today, seems.
Yes, where can the wonderful chat room find you, Moku?
I'm glad you asked. I'm usually found as Moku in most places, including Discord and Blue Sky. My Blue Sky is mokudraws1020.bsky.social. And where can the lovely people find you, Antonin?
You can find me on the worst site ever made by mankind, Twitter, at Ansonin4. You can find me on Twitch at AnsoninFGC, where I am absolutely loving the shit out of 2XKO. And you can find you can find me on Blue Sky at ansonin.bsky.social as well. I'm a bit of everywhere. I'm a bit kind of all over the place, but that is going to be all from us, and we will hand it over to two absolutely lovely commentators in the wonderful Pat and Mari right after this break.
And I want to say one more thing. I want to give a shout out to our to one of our greatest streamers. Thank you so much,
Yes.
CKK, for everything you do. We couldn't have had this stream without you.
CKK
Always thank
doing
your
an
streamers, y'all.
absolutely great job on the production front. Thank you so very much. But we should not delay it longer. These members are itching to get to commentating this loser side. So please give them
Stick
a
around for
wonderful
more.
round of applause when we get back.
Stick around for more battles.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? The truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too?
ticking in my ears. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, 'cause look the other way. You meet you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race. 'Cause I can't play this game. 'Cause I'm still afraid the things you say, hiding numbers to my days. What if you doubt yourself? Things will never be the same.
And welcome back with Triton-Cup 122. We had a bit of a break because the lower bracket was a bit behind, but we are now back on, ready to watch the round 5 of the lower bracket. I am Pat here with Mary, ready to watch our two wonderful full team ready to fight each other.
Yeah, we're super excited to get started here. That break only made us even more hyped for these games, looking at the sets that the set that we were waiting on, seeing the players fighting it out. Super exciting stuff, Pat. I know that we have a lot to look forward to in this set. And the first thing I think of is our first map that we're going to go into. It can be kind of a difficult one. It can be either super snowbally or super stally. I'm talking about Zones Barnacle. What are your thoughts on this map, Pat?
Well, as you said, Barnacle and Dime, it's the map that has established itself as a classic at this point, as the map that we like to go to. But at the same time, it's also a very dangerous map where if you're pushed away from mid, if you get wiped, it takes a lot of time to come back. It is very, very hard to get a retake. You need a lot of resources, a lot of coordination. But without further ado, let's get in the game, Mary.
Yeah, some really exciting comps we're seeing here. I'm seeing that Bamboozler, Kenshin, I had the honor of commentating them before. Super good bamboo player. And besides for that, super common stuff, but I know that these players are nothing but common, with one player already going down with that Gallon zone. Already a lot of excitement happening on this side. Super exciting stuff already as Ants take the zone, Pat.
Yeah, I believe it's actually Vogelkinder that took the zone. We have our colors inverted. But Ants in yellow are pushing back, and with that crab tank they have a nice view over the whole... Oh wait, the Booyah Bomb forcing the crab out, and Ants is not able to get onto the zone, yet they use all of their specials and they don't get anything. Penalty not applied. Pelly still on the mark, activating another tacticular. Ants right now are in danger.
Yeah, it's always a danger when you get past the 50 mark. 2 players down on both sides as the Scout pushes up, fighting this N-Zap, but the N-Zap gets the kill, and now it's just that Splash trying to get into zone, popping that crab, but luckily their Slosher player able to come in from behind, get that pick, and try to hopefully get zone here, and yes, they do put in the penalty, but as you can see, they are all over the map over here. So much happening on all sides. But hopefully they can actually get a push here on the side of Ants.
Yeah, Ants right there. They have control of the zone, and with these strikes, they're able to push forward. Make sure Vogelkinder is kind of struggling to get back in. But Vogel, they're still here. They're still very much a danger, and with these tripling strikes, they're back to the zone, back to painting, and with 3 players down onto Ant, which means Vogelkinder will bring it back, and they're back in ahead of the zone and ready to force Ants to prepare another push.
Yeah, really good hold though. That was enough to put them into the game, and they're able to get the zone back here, but maybe not for long, but looks like they're going to be able to make it longer than we thought as they get 2 members down. The Slosher player pushing up, but unfortunately is punished. And it looks like it's perfect timing for Vogelkinder to be able to push back in as they pop those strikes. Those strikes doing good job pushing them back from that snipe as they're all going in and fighting, but players going down on all sides. I'm not sure who's going to come out on top of this fight here, but they need to get it fast because penalty is out, and they luckily do, Pat.
Yeah, Ants just used a lot of resources. A penalty was applied once again, but it looks like Ants are still in control of the zone. Vogel need to do a bit better if they want to push in. They have the splats, and Pelly's going in, painting around, doing a wonderful job. Ants pushed out once again, and with less than 2 minutes in the game, Vogel still has that big lead that they made at the start.
Yeah, they're able to get one down, but another goes down on the side of Ants, and it's 3 down. We still have a lofty penalty on the side of Volkinda. Still a lot for them to work through, but you know, in such a fast-paced game like this, that penalty means almost nothing, especially as this... Oh, but luckily the crab does not go down. That would have been huge if the crab did go down. I thought it were gonna, but they are not. They're able to put the penalty points back in place. We're able to breathe a deep sigh of relief as the zone is getting fought in contention right now, and both sides are coolered, Pat.
Yeah, last minute of the game. Ants are trying to hold the zone, but Vogelkinder are right there throwing their specials to paint. T with the pencil, not phased though. The zone stays yellow, and right now Ants are just scraping points one after the other. The Vogelkinder still going in, still punishing, still reapplying penalty. That's what they need to do. 30 seconds, and Ants have been pushed away from the zone, Mary.
Yeah, they're not super pushed far away, and the strikes are going to be able to give them the chance to push up more, especially with that cooler giving a really good job allowing them to push. But that gal does get punished, and another gets punished over there too. They really need to get this hold with 10 seconds remaining on the clock. And Kenshin pushed up, but they do get the pick. That could have been huge if they did not, as they try to push past this snipe, Pat, and we are getting into overtime position.
Overtime for Ants. They have pretty much no penalty, and they're about to score more, but they need to counter the strikes. They can, but there's 2 players from Vogel here just to paint a few more ticks. Ants are holding on and take the lead back. Mary, I mean, Vogel, they got the lead at the start of the game, but Ants simply hang on and got back point after point throughout these 5 minutes.
Yeah, I want to point out something Ant did really well, and that was try to make sure that they can't cheese the zone. You saw the players on Ants going for that try-strike, going for that booyah, and the specials did go off, but they're able to punish the players right after. So the specials went off, but they're able to paint it off, and you only have 2 players left to try to paint the zone at that point. And famously, Bamboo's not the best painter for that position. It was really good playing by Ants to notice that what they need for that win, Pat.
Yeah, Ants, I mean, they got themselves surprised at the start of the game. They didn't manage to really get the first push on Vogelkinder, and from then on it was very much panic for a second for Ants. But once they knew what to do, once they identified how to play around their opponent, Vogelkinder was constantly going back onto the zone, going back to paint again, delay things, but point by point, Ants was getting a bit more each time, a few more points, and now they are up 1-0. And because we're in lower bracket, this is best of 3, which means Vogelkinder are back to the wall. They are forced to fight harder if they want to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, I do want to say though, this is the famous anti-backline map. It's Urchin Zones, Pat. This will be really good for that backless comp that Vogelkinder has to be able to kind of rush down the pen player on the side of Ants. I'm thinking really fast movements, really fast gameplay, get in a bunch of picks. You don't have to worry about paint if you get all those picks, you know?
Yeah, this is the map where I've seen so many teams drop the pencil and bring red dapples instead. That's how feisty, how much fight this Mike likes to see, how much it is biased towards short range. And yeah, Vogelkinder, they put this map on their list. This is the map they want to play on. We'll see if Ants have a plan for it. It looks like they're gonna drop the pencil in favor of the heavy-headed. Meanwhile, it's Vogel that's bringing in the dapples.
Yeah, you said Dapples and they're bringing it, but it just wasn't the team we might have expected. fighting happening already in mid. We're seeing a lot of pressure happening from that bamboo, actually, but the bamboo does get punished. The Dapple's able to punish that Gal pushing up, but does pay the price for it, as Ants are able to push up here and get a strong hold for who knows how long.
Yeah, right now Ants getting a very good opening right there, but Vocal Kinder are ready to come back, ready to attack, forcing Ants to move behind the zone as they are getting the splats. That's going to be painting of the zone for Blue with 2 players down onto Ants. I guess it's Vocal Kinder's turn to really take control and establish themselves.
Yeah, they got that delayed wipeout, which is so good on this map because you can push so far up into their zone and kind of just make sure that they can't drop whatsoever. We see they keep getting these picks, though. 2 more go down. Another goes down trying to go for that sneaky drop on the right there. And we have gotten a lead shift already from Vogelkinda, and now we're past the halfway point. That's pretty huge in a game like this. But on small maps like this, you never know. Someone can take a sneaky play from the side. But all I know is Pat's points are ticking down, and this is looking a little bit dire.
Yeah, Ants struggling to get back onto the zone. The strikes are enough to create an opportunity, but they lose 2 players as they apply penalty right now. It's 2v2 for the zone. Vocal Kinder, the penalty was applied, but I mean, they've mounted a lead now, and Ants need to find an answer, need to get some control. 2 down onto Vocal is pretty good, but remember, Vocal, they have beacons around the map thanks to these Dapples, which could help them get back in faster.
Yeah, and you see that trade that the Dapples got onto T, the backline player. That can be really big, especially because without that backline player, they're kind of segregated in their comp, and they don't have that cooler player either. But all is good. It looks like they're back in the game, and we have these strikes online coming out, hopefully able to let them push up, as they are able to punish Unlike Me on the S-Blast and get another one, which could be big, hopefully, though, because now they're on an even playing field and they really have to fight for this zone.
Yeah, Ants are fighting very strongly for that zone, but the specials being deployed by Vogel are forcing them kinda out. They're able to hold control for now, but the strikes are punished! Oh, the moves by Ants, they keep the control, and they're going to get the lead, Mary. Ooh!
Oh, really good gameplay from AO, this this Gal player, and we see they're stuck in Booyah for the last player, and it's a knockout. That was not what I was ready to expect, Pat. That was just 0, well, not quite 100 to 0, but they had to go through a lot of penalty points and get that lead to also get that knockout. Really good comeback from them, and now we get our wonderful game 3 position.
Yeah, that's the power of a 52 Gal right there, completely shutting down the opponent with a pop-off, which means Ants are up 2-0 and are going to move on to the lower bracket semifinals. Well, where they should meet. Yeah, we have their opponent is ready. It's going to be the 4 Horsemen. So we're gonna take a short break so we can set up the lobby, and we will be right back.
Welcome back to Triton-Cup 122. I am joined here by my lovely co-commentator, Pat. We are going to get straight into losers bracket semis. How are you feeling about these awesome games that are going to be coming up for us, Pat?
I am feeling great, Mary. I mean, we're at this point of Triton Cup where we get these high-level players that are able to do so much, move so fast, be so coordinated with each other. And that's what we want to watch. That's why we love to watch these great Splat Zones tournaments. And yeah, we're going to start with Museum di Alfonsino, that was chosen by the Four Horsemen. But then we'll go to the airport. So we have kind of weird picks right there, but interestingly, despite being chosen by the two teams, I feel like these two maps kind of play the same, where you have this vantage position from which you can paint the zone.
Yeah, and getting straight into it, keeping in mind what you were saying about those vantage points, we kind of see very typical things, I feel like, as we've seen by this point. The 10 player on both sides, no one's surprised by that. We are seeing that Gal. AO on the Gal was fatal last game, doing some really good work to win the game for their team. So immediately getting into it as Ants takes the zone and gets 2 down immediately, Pat.
Yeah, once again, CKK, you got your colors wrong. These are the Four Horsemen in yellow. Who got control early, but the Ants are coming back on to the zone, repainting it right away, and they got the good splats that are pushing the Horsemen far out of here. And now it's the fight to try to take control. You see both of these teams, the second they had control of the zone, they tried to take control of the spinner to get onto the opponent's platform. And now we see the fights are still going on, and it's the Four Horsemen who are getting the splats now.
Yeah, only the pen left alive on the side of Ants, but they do go down to someone who's really pushed up far in the base. As right now we see getting set up really well, but does go down to AO on that Gal. AO and the Gal trying to get some vantage points in as one player does go down. They get that zone uncapped. 2 players left alive on the Four Horsemen as Cooler is deployed on the side of Ants. Hopefully being able to get something off of this play, but as we saw earlier, it felt like Ants had a hard time pushing into the Four Horsemen as they just had such a strong hold on their base, and you know, when you can't push far past mid, that's really tough to take a hold at all.
Yeah, but right now, Ants are getting the splats, are getting more and more space. All of the mid of the map is painted in blue, and that pencil has been like searching for a snipe to get, not getting it. But meanwhile, Ants still have so much control as the Four Horsemen are getting slaughtered before they can get to the zone, Mary.
Yeah, who needs to go into the other side's plat if you can just kill them the moment, splat them the moment they drop into their zone anyway. Getting into knockout territory here, 2 members down. It looks like this is the end of the road for the Four Horsemen, and it is. We are going on to our game 2. Ants takes game 1 after a really undecisive beginning, and then it just felt like they got momentum, Pat.
Yeah, as you said, Ants at first were trying to get on the platform, were trying to get ahead to keep the fight away from the zone. And then they realized, oh wait, we don't need to do that. And they kept getting the Four Horsemen as they were trying to drop down, as they were trying to go in. And from then on, it was on the Horsemen to really realize, oh, we need to take our time, we need to regroup. They didn't do that. They paid the price. That's now 1-0 for the Ants. Now going on to Marlin Airport, a map that they have chosen. It's on the Horsemen to really adapt, change something, and make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, you kind of talk about it in counter picks, but in a setting like this where you pick your own maps, losing the map that you picked is a little bit of a hard thing, because that's the map that you feel comfortable. There's a reason why you picked it. And now you're going to a map that your opponent picked. There must be a reason why your opponent picked that map. They're probably comfortable on it. And now you're in a 1-0 situation. You have to win their pick, something that they're comfortable. And I feel like on a map like Marlin Zones, we don't see it all that often. I have to wonder if Ants picked this map, they must have something up their sleeve. Maybe?
I mean, they have splats up their sleeve. This is. I mean, this is a map where if you want to get near the zone, you kind of have to drop, or you have to fight to keep the control of your moving platform. And we saw Ants being able to really trap the horsemen as they were trying to get back to the zone on Museum. On this map, it could play the same. Like that plan that Hans was using on Museum could really work perfectly on Marlin, even better. So it's really like the horsemen need to find a way to shoo Ants away to if they want to be able to drop. And I mean, they have the tools to do so. It's just a matter of can they use it right now? Can they counter what the Ants are doing?
Yeah, something I want to point out though, we are seeing that mini come out with the hammer. We've been seeing a lot more of that mini lately. In the past, it used to be just Zemi that we'd see, but already having that hammer, maybe we get to see some awesome hammer action as it comes out. Gets one, going for that pen player over there, and is able to get the snipe, but they don't have zone yet, so they have the snipe and they have to get zone unable to do anything with those snipes.
I mean, right now they got the splat, but they didn't manage to get the zone. It's still Ants who respawn and now are back onto the fight and punishing the jumps right there. Oh, this is so rough. And the Stamper dropped by themselves. The hammer needs to follow now, and the four horsemen are still struggling to push in, Mari.
Yeah, no time. It's not time yet to get frantic though. 50 points left on the clock, but when you're going down to a splat bomb, that's not what you want to see. We're seeing a lot of good holds coming out from the side of Ants.
Yeah.
But, and the pen player going down for the four horsemen, this is looking a little drastic.
Yeah, now is the time to get frantic. There's only 15 points left. That hammer is able to get one splat, but one splat is not enough. Ants holding onto the zone, cleaning up around and celebrating their victory. They are qualified for the lower bracket finals. And honestly, in a pretty decisive fashion. Like, they took control of this map.
Yeah, it felt like the four horsemen had a hard time figuring out what to do. They managed to get a pretty good opening, get those two picks with that hammer, but it's an objective-based game, Pat. If you get the picks, it doesn't matter if you can't get the objective. And I feel like at the end of the day, Ants played objective in the beginning and then managed to get a really good hold over that spinner.
Yeah, the Ants very much deserving of their name. It really felt like they were everywhere, constantly another appearing out of nowhere and and ready to ruin your day. But yeah, that means we're gonna take a short break and we'll be back with the low bracket finals, which will be, of course, the Ants that we just saw going against the Usaki fan club. Don't go anywhere.
ticking in my ears. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, 'cause look the other way. You meet you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race. 'Cause I can't play this game. 'Cause I'm still afraid the things you say. Hiding numbers to my days. What if you doubt yourself? Things will never be the same.
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 122. I am still Pat here with Mari, and we are now in the lower bracket finals. It is Usagi Fan Club going against the Ants. We've seen the Ants fight incredibly fast, go around everywhere, but now they are facing our seed number 2 of this whole tournament. So it's a different deal altogether. Usagi Fan Club made it very far, are very dangerous, and will be starting on a map that they have chosen, which is the Hammerhead Bridge, Mari.
Yeah, we're getting immediately into it. Something I want to say is that Usagi Fan Club is a reoccurring team that we tend to see a lot in this tournament. But here we go, immediately getting into it. Something I just want to notice is that E-Leader, I know from personal experience, is that Pen versus E-Leader can be such a hard experience. Especially on a map like this where you have a E-Leader that will just snipe you from all the way across the map. But 2 down already on the side of Ants, and just 1 player as Usagi Fan Club pushes all the way up already.
Yeah, and it's Usagi Fan Club in blue. CK, you need to fix the color. Every game, CK! But yeah, Ants are right now pushed back into their spawn. Usagi Fan Club, as you said, a very dangerous team able to take control. And on this map, having an Eliter as good as Devin Folke is very, very powerful, very dangerous right now. And making their way back to the zone, they're able to paint it with the strikes, but will they have the player to really set themselves around? It looks like Usaki Fan Club are happy to let them cap as long as they take the zone back.
Yeah, they're kind of playing the long game. They're not worrying about the short cap time that just happened. As long as they get it back ultimately, which they do. And we have a DC on the side of Usagi Fan Club, and that is going to stop the game early for us, but it did give us a little bit of a taste for what we will see ultimately, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Usagi Fan Club very dangerous, very powerful, and able to get back on the zone, able to get a few splats to get momentum, but now they need to make that a momentum, to make that something that allows them to get deeper in, to push Usagi Fan Club away, which we haven't seen them do yet. So that's going to be the big question, because especially on Hammerhead, it's very much a matter of, are you able to push your opponent out of the zone and take control of the time?
Yeah, and it's really hard to get back into a zone against an E-Leader. We already saw it, but that E-Leader kind of just took Ants apart every time they tried to push up slightly. Getting that immediate pick on the E-Leader, on the pencil, my apologies, on the side of Ants when they start pushing the zone. I think you just have to completely turn all of your attention to that E-Leader to be able to get any work done on a map like this.
Yeah, it's a lot for the Ants. Once again, Usagi Fan Club are seed number 2, an incredibly dangerous team, but you have to play your best against if you want a shot at victory. So yeah, I'm not sure where we are at in terms of the of remaking the lobby, but I hope our players are all back in and selecting their weapons.
Yeah, but let's not. Well, we have this extra time. Let's not count Ants out, because in semis they did take out seed 3 while Ants is seed 5, so they have gotten the upset before. Hopefully in this best of 5 situation they will be able to get the upset again, but I am looking at these first 3 maps, Pat, and I'm noticing that all of them have a particular soft spot for that E-Leader.
Yeah, and I just looked it up. Usagi means rabbit in Japanese, so it's a rabbit versus ants. We'll see who's able to get the victory.
Ants can be, they're small but mighty.
Oh yeah, they're numerous.
Oh yeah, they can pick up several times their own body weight in mass. It's very impressive. So, you know, wait, I have an idea. This is like the rabbit and the tortoise and the hare. We got an unlikely matchup, and we have an actual rabbit in this matchup. So you can never know how this matchup might go. Slow and Steady might win the race.
Yeah, we never know. Right now, the rabbit was a bit ahead, was able to do more, but you can never count the ants out. And after, I believe, a change of host, we are back into this game, Mary, ready to watch some more Splatoon. Back, of course, on Hammerhead Bridge.
Same comps as per expected for replays like this. Let's see if we will have the same opening. Hopefully not for Ant's sake, as that previous opening was not the best for them. Cooler already out on the side of Usagi Fan Club. One player down on Usagi Fan Club, actually. But they are able to get the trade with another player back on Ants. We're seeing so much fighting, and this opening is already going much better for the side of Ants, with that E-leader being pushed out of mid, but numbers advantage down for Ants, so...
Ooh, and they get more from that advantage, Mari. Right now, the Ants have full control over the zone and are pushing onto Usagi. Now we see Usagi in a way we didn't see them earlier. They lose their elite. They don't know how to push in right now. Ooh.
Yeah, this feels like the complete opposite of the last game. Suddenly we're seeing a different side of Usagi Fan Club that we did not see last time. 2 members go down on that side though. They are able to punish the person who is in mid, but this could be the time. AO going down. They need to paint the zone right now. Strike's coming out. 2 players in zone, but not much paint coming out, and this is looking to be a knockout situation, which it is a complete reversal of that last game, Pat. I was not expecting that.
Hey, I guess you had something with the turtle and the hare right now. The rabbit got defeated by the Ants. That's 1-0 for them. On the rabbit's pick, Team Usagi Fan Club now needs to mount a comeback, and they'll have to do so on Brinewater Springs. Now, Mari, Ants put that map on their list. I know that, especially in France, this map mode has gotten more and more popular with high-level players. But Usagi Fan Club have an E-liter on Brinewater Springs.
That is a little bit of a problem. This can be such an E-leader favorite map, especially when you have your E-leader set up. They can just stare right into your side of the map. And then if they set up into zone, they can see even more into your spawn. It's just such a threatening presence, but I think they had more of a plan than they did the first try at game 1, so to say, because that game just made it a complete turnaround, and that's a E-leader favored map, so who's to say they can't do it again on another E-leader favored map?
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing two very different map on some aspect, in that Hammerhead is incredibly long. Going back onto the zone takes a lot of time, takes a lot of resources, whereas Brinewater is one of the shortest map where all you need to do is drop from spawn, and that's it, you're on the zone already. So on a Hammerhead, the team that was able to take control of the map just kept it because repushing is so hard. On here, we're going to see back and forth. We're going to see these two teams trade blows, I hope, and we'll see how they're able to do. But already Team Usagi adapting things a little bit and ready to get back in the fight.
Yeah, we're seeing Usagi take out that Zimmy rather than that Frozen Pro that we saw last game. Hopefully that bubble can give them a little bit more wiggle room, setting that bubble, trying to avoid any possible picks from the pen on the other side. As Usagi Fan Club is able to get this first cap of the zone, they do get punished by that bucket player, but it looks like they were able to do it in return there, as AO's trying to set up, trying to force some mischief, but no, does get punished, Pat.
Yeah, very nice opening by Usagi Fan Club right now, who are simply waiting, preparing, and painting around, but the drop, the instant drop from the Gal, of course you don't know fear when you have a 52 Gal, and Ants are taking the zone back, but they're still kind of surrounded. All of Usagi is around the zone, ready to repaint it already. We're going to see a big team fight now, and whoever gets control of the zone right there will make the points, and it looks like it's going to be Ants, Mari.
Yeah, it was a really good retake from Ants. being able to get that spot, but we have to see how they deal with that E-leader like we're talking about, taking up so much space. And so far, it looks like their answer is to just kind of play cover, play spots that they feel comfortable, but they're not able to get that lead, and penalty is put in. Bubble coming in from that Zimmy, trying to take some space with it, as Ao on the Gal trying to put some pressure back on, but does unfortunately get punished by that wave breaker from Pato on the E-leader. We're seeing so much pressure happening here from both sides, but it's whoever comes on top with the points, and right now, it's Usagi Fan Club who has the advantage and is almost through their penalty points too, Pat.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club with a nice snipe and 3 players down onto Ants. That's a lot of control for Usagi.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, wipeout! Huge snipe right there. And they're ready. They're already in position to push further, to maintain the pressure. Ants need to mount a push right now, and they don't have their specials ready. The tactical is deployed, but they need to run at the zone. They need to do it now, Mari. I don't think they have the time and bait. That's going to be 1-1.
Oh my gosh, yes. Really good hold from Usagi Fan Club. That was kind of what we were talking about with that E-leader. We saw them just get, boom, one pick straight looking into that spawn on the side of Ants, taking down that pencil player, I believe, T, which is a massive pick for them. And then also punishing the drop too from Ao, which could be disastrous, causing that wipeout. That is the massive danger that we were talking about with E-leader, letting them get set up like that. They're able to dodge it in the beginning, but their fate came for them in the end.
Yeah, and that's the game. And right now it's a 1-1 between our two teams. I mean, we saw Ants very strong, being able to create the surprise in game number 1. Usagi Fan Club very much taking control of this one. But now we're done with the weird maps, Mari, and we are going to the 3 classics of Splatoon 3, starting with what is probably one of the best maps for competitive play, which is of course Mahi Mahi Resort. A map with something for everybody, and where we had advantage to the range in the first 2 maps, and here you have a bit more ways to hide yourself, to take cover, and to cut the distance onto the opponent's sniper.
Yeah, I think thinking about the way that they're going to play, I think Ants is probably going to want to play for that water lowering. Hopefully at some, well, if we don't get like an instant knockout, they're probably going to want to play towards that, because it gives them a little bit more cover, it gives them a lot more room to navigate. But we're already getting into this, Pat, with like barely any time to talk about it, and I already see one change happening on the side of Ants. I see that T-Tech with those strikes coming out. Double strikes could be really big for this map, Pat.
Yeah, it's a rough opening right there. Usagi Fan Club getting control of the zone and getting 2 splats as well onto the Ants. Make that 3 with a splat on the pencil. All of the Ants are pushed away and will have to wait a little bit. Huge bubbler right here to take control. And the Ants are coming in 1 by 1 in a queue. You don't want to do that. Usagi Fan Club are punishing hard, Mari.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club playing their game. They know what to do. They're not letting any of the mischief from Ants cause them any trouble. They're just doing what they know they need to do. These strikes coming out should probably get the zone, and they do, causing that penalty points to be put in place. One goes down to that lucky bomb over there, as the Pato on the E-leader is forced to jump out there. Just a slosher left on the side over there from Usagi Fan Club. Hopefully Ao will be able to get that pick, but they are struggling a little bit right now, it seems, and they go down, which is not what you want to see. And we did not have a strong hold at all from Ants. They need a lot stronger to be able to match those points, Pat.
Yeah, the Sagi fan club right now able to take a lot, but a few slushes are going to negate their own slusher right there. But every time Ants get something, the Usagi fan club is there to punish them, and what a snipe on the sniper by the Mimi right here. This is rough for Ants, as the Usagi fan club got rid of their penalty. Penalties applied by Ants. Wait, the Ants are able to crawl their way back onto the zone.
Ooh. It is not looking good for Ants. The moment we thought they had a strong hold, we see that Slosher player just doing good work trying to keep them back. But they do get punished, unfortunately, with strikes. Well, unfortunately, depending on what side you're looking for. And they are now coolered. Looking at that penalty point going down this is a make it or break it time. We need to move. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen right now, and they do fortunately get the zone, but it's just not a strong hold coming out at all.
Yeah, I mean, the Ants are surviving in this game. They're keeping the game alive, but they're not able to really make points to take ground. And with 2 minutes left and not that much penalty, the Ants are forced once again to go paint the zone as fast as they can, but it's not enough. Usagi fan club, very patient, defending the zone incredibly well, and right now getting more and more points, just 10 ticks left, and I don't see anybody from the Ants in a position to paint.
No, unfortunately they aren't, and Usagi fan club takes that game. I liked the double strikes pick from them, Pat, but I have to wonder if it was actually to their detriment, because looking at it, when you pop strikes, you have a player who's kind of out of the game, you know? So maybe having two players who are out of the game, unable to help with that fight, maybe it actually hurt them more than it helped them, Pat.
Yeah, that's for sure right there. I mean, the Ants are struggling. They were able to get back onto the zone, unlike Brinewater, but they were not able to really set themselves up to really push Usagi away, and that's what you need to do if you want to win in splat zones. You need to be able to get the splats that really force your opponent out of the air. And going into Robo-Roman, the Ants need to change something, and they need to change something big, because right here we still have big, wide sidelines that are very good for an Elite and a team that's able to play around it.
Yeah, I do want to say I feel like this map is actually less E-Leader favored than the last 3 maps, actually. Because there is a bit more cover, there is a bit more things that you can do to navigate, and I think that's where that sentence ends. There's a little bit more you can do, but it's not a ton, unfortunately, with E-Leader just being so good in this game.
Yeah, it's so good, but I mean, Pencil's pretty good as well, and very, very much able to get the pop-off when they really need it, and right now they need it. One more game and they're out of the tournament, Mari, and right now Usagi fan club are opening pretty strong already.
That is not what you want to see when you want to be thinking about avoiding the E-Leader to immediately going down at the start of this game. AO trying to avoid the E-Leader, but the all-seeing eye getting in on them, trying to keep them out. We're seeing the E-Leader getting pick after pick. Oh my gosh, Pat!
And they're able to jump out in time as well. Usagi fan club holding their control. There's a penalty! No penalty applied! Ants not able to get in. It is so rough for them. And right now, thanks to the strikes and the cooler... Wait, they need to apply penalty now. It's only the leader. Okay, they're able to take control, but it took so much resources and time and players, Mari.
Yeah, they were able to get the pick on the E-Leader. That is what they need. They need to try to make sure the E-leader can't set up. But when you're worrying about the E-leader setting up, the rest of the team is coming back in and immediately getting the zone cap. AO able to get one player. Unfortunately, looks like they're going to go down, but no, they are surviving just through pure willpower over here, trying to come around, but they do go down to the Zimmy. Penalty points are almost out, but we are seeing some fighting, but no, unfortunately, the zone does not get capped yet.
Yeah.
But now it does.
The crab tank does give the zone to the Ants. But Usagi Fan Club are already coming back in there, and the strikes instantly cap for Usagi Fan Club. And once again forced away from the zone. They're able to get there to paint, but they're not yet able to really push Usagi out of here.
No, and with the cooler coming out, it's looking harder and harder to be able to deal with them. They're just doing so much good work to try to keep them out, especially, but they do get punished, fortunately. But we are seeing every single push, the strikes having to come out, the crab having to come out. So much stuff is being committed to this, and they're not getting much for it, Pat.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club right now fighting for this zone. Once again, the Ants are on here but are not able to stay on there, and you don't want to be splatted on the zone. The crab tank is deployed in the nick of time, but the bubbler to counter it right now. Usagi Fan Club are pushing in, and because there's been so much back and forth, there's no penalty, Mary.
Yeah, penalty. Hopefully they will be able to get zone cap here with the strikes coming out. They do. They put in the penalty points, but 30 is not a large penalty, especially when your points are that low. Finally getting into their own points, trying to take down 2 members down. But look at where the rest of the members of Ants are. They're so far back compared to the player who just went down, and Strikes is already back online. We might be getting some good points here, but ultimately with the strikes coming out, penalty points putting back in, you need more than this if you're going to be able to win the game, and this is a do or die moment for them.
Yeah, right now the Ants losing too many players as Usagi are pushing past the elbow, setting their Elita in that vantage point where it can get the snipes of people as they drop for their spawn. No penalty once again. Usagi Fan Club in that last minute are scoring more and more and not letting the Ants coming back. But with 2 players down, they are forced to move back onto the zone. The big question is, do the Ants have the time to get back on the zone? There's only a few more ticks. They have the shooters on the zone, but it is too late. Usagi Fan Club is going to get the victory 3-1.
Yeah, really good showing from Usagi Fan Club. And I think ultimately it can come down to just a difference of comp, knowing how to deal with an E-leader comp like that. They're becoming more prevalent, but they still aren't, like, everywhere like pen comps are, you know? So trying to deal with something like that, it can be very rough, it can be very hard, especially on maps like this, where it just feels so E-leader favored, Pat.
Yeah. And Elita was very much favored. We saw beautiful snipes. I expect we're going to see more, of course, in grand finals, which we will watch right after the break.
Can we talk about me and you?
I'm used to
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Grand Finals of Triton-Cup 122. As before, I am joined by my wonderful co-commentator, Pat, as we get into these games almost immediately for Usagi Fan Club versus Keyboard Mash is what I decided I'm going to call them.
Okay, let's go for Keyboard Mash then.
How are you feeling about these games for awesome grand finals?
I mean, Usagi Fan Club are an incredibly strong team, but they're going against the Grey Pickup. Against a team that is very much on a different level, so it's going to be an uphill battle. They got defeated in the upper bracket finals, but now they're coming back and they need to do better. They need to win it twice, especially because, of course, that's how double elimination works. And right now, already, Usagi Fan Club opening pretty strong, getting a splat. Can they get control over the zone? It looks like they have a bubbler, which is going to allow them to really take some control and push onto the zone.
Yeah, something I do want to point out is look at the Grey Pickup's name. Weapon comp. I am seeing two rapid pros, which is not something you see a lot, especially in such a paint-heavy mode like this.
Yeah.
But does not look like it's working out for them so far. As two players go down, they are able to get the zone cap back and put those penalty points in place, and it's only that meter left, so it looks like we will see a good hold here, hopefully, Pat.
Yeah, and this is where the double rapid pro could pay dividends. This is where they're at the most dangerous, when they are poking, applying a lot of chip damage, making sure that nobody can stay secure as they're preparing a push right now. But Usagi going in, Vasily deploying the bubbler to allow the team to go in and forcing Keyboard Mash to move back and concede the zone. I mean, the lead was taken by the Keyboard Mash, but Usagi Fan Club are very much in this fight, and with two players down, Usagi are taking some control, are punishing the presence, and more are getting some ground.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club putting up a really good fight right now. One player does go down, but they're still really going for this zone. They have, like you said, they have that lead change, but no problem. About 5 points, I believe, is not that big of a lead difference, especially in a game like Splatoon. They notice from the side also that potential flank. One member does go down, but they're able to trade it out ultimately in the end, and we are just seeing a really good back and forth happening right here from both sides of the map.
Yeah, but right now it is Keyboard Mash getting the splats, getting the control, and once again they have their blasters pushing in, getting a lot of chip damage applied, which is what you want to do with that kind of comp. And right now, Usagi Fan Club are forced to wait, are forced to move back as these blast rages are so big.
Like you said, that those pros can be so dangerous on that defense, on that offense.
Yeah.
Because they kind of just poke everywhere on the map. And here we go. We're getting into knockout territory. Points are ticking down. They need to go for the zone right now, and they're not able to. So Keyboard Mash takes the first game here in our best of 5 grand finals, Pat.
And they barely had any painting power.
Yeah.
I mean, they had 2 blasters and a bucket. Like, the Mini was there as the painter, but they were painting with the blood of their enemies constantly. I mean, when you win every fight and can contest every position thanks to so many blasts, you don't need that much paint. And Keyboard Mash just showing us how it's done, how you can take so much control. Now, going on to Macromart, it's going to be a bit different probably because we had these wide open spaces that were good for the Eliter. Now we're going to the map that has so many walls and cover that is allowing people to usually cut the distance. Mari, do we see the double blaster coming back?
My brain would say no, but knowing these players, you can never bet on anything, Pat. I could see the double blaster coming out. If you go on those stacks, you can kind of just poke across zone. If you go into those alleys, you can poke across. There's a lot of good reason to play that double rapid pro comp, but you never know with these players what they're going to do. They're so good at what they do. They can kind of pull out anything, and you know they will put on a really good show with whatever they pull out.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens, what is being pulled out right here. And the double blaster pro is coming back. No change in comp on either side. Usagi Fan Club need to get the splat, and oh wait, it's they changed what player is holding the backline to have a pencil. Meanwhile, the player who was holding the Elita is now on the Gao, and that's a very nice opening for Usagi Fan Club, who are taking control of the zones, Mari.
Yeah, really good opening. That's what you want, especially when the last game was on such a back foot. You see them getting set up. One player does go down on the sides over there, but here we go. We're seeing this Zemi player do such good work keeping up this pressure, managing to get one. Another player goes down, and this is what they need. They need a hold like this. And they're just doing such a good job punishing these players every time they drop and try to go for zone, Pat.
Keyboard Mash, they have good ledge opportunities, but it doesn't matter if you can't get to the zone. Right now, Usagi Fan Club have full control and not letting anything happen. The strikes are coming in, and with 2 players down, this is finally the moment Keyboard Mash was waiting for. They are on the zone, but they can't paint! They don't have the paint! They need to win another fight, and they don't! Usagi Fan Club, with the power of painting the ground, win game number 2.
Yeah, really definitive game. Not what I was expecting at all, Pat, after how game 1 went, but ultimately I guess that's what they needed. Maybe getting that switch up in what players were playing what really benefited them, having that having 4K switch from that E-leader to that gal. Pretty drastic shift, but seemed like it worked out.
I mean, I feel like if Keyboard Mash had managed to take control of mid, had managed to say get a wipeout on Usagi Fan Club, then these 2 blasters, 1 slushers would have been the perfect mix to absolutely hold control and not let Usagi get back in. But they didn't manage to get that position in the first place. Usagi Fan Club was running circles around them and not letting them get control which means they get game number 2, and we are now tied in this first set of grants.
Yeah, looking at this next map, we kind of talked about this a few sets ago, I believe. Barnacle zones. This can be so snowbally if you get set up and you get locked out of your area. I'm thinking, do you think that Usagi Fan Club might bring back that E-Leader for this game, considering that E-Leader can just set up on snipe and look straight into your core area, into your spawn area, Pat?
I mean, it's a good map for leader. And but I mean, Usagi just had a good success with that leader switching to the Gal, so we'll see what happens on the side of Keyboard Mash. No question, they keep the same for weapons. Usagi Fan Club are sticking to their guns as well. It's still going to be Pencil and Gal for them.
Yeah, immediately we already see the Gal going down on the side of Usagi Fan Club. 4K, who was our E-Leader player earlier, but we see Usagi pushing up with that bubbler, doing a really good job on that Zimmy, trying to paint over the zone, and looks like they nearly do, but they unfortunately have to go back from here. But Hammer pushed up really good, getting one player, forcing the rest back. This might be a start of a really good hold from Keyboard Mash, Pat.
Yeah, Keyboard Mash right there. I mean, just got the control over the zone, are able to push. Wait, no, Usagi got control over the zone as Keyboard Mash was pushed away. Usagi Fan Club are still fighting, are still ahead of that zone, and that's where you want to be, but Keyboard Mash are constantly trying to paint, constantly trying to maintain some presence onto the map. Now that they're activating their specials, trying to get in, they need to make it work. The Booyah Bomb is going to slow them down, though, as they're still not able, and I guess the lead is going to swap in favor of Usagi.
Yeah, Keyboard Smash trying to finally take their opportunity to get back in here. One player forced to drop out on the side of Usagi Fan Club, but look at all this pressure that is coming in from the side of Usagi Fan Club. Now there's only one player left, and we have 20 points left. This is danger zone, and you see how far up the members of Usagi Fan Club are pushed. We have 2 members go down, but this is a do or die moment. They have to get in, and they are unfortunately not able to get in. Usagi Fan Club takes the game 3 for us, putting them in the lead so far.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Keyboard Mash be so dangerous at first, but Usagi Fan Club have learned. And I mean, once you have a counter to that double blaster comp, I feel like it's getting harder and harder for Keyboard Mash to keep it. I mean, yes, Rapid Pro is very good on our next map, which is Crab Lake Capital, but so is a good Pencil or a good Elite. I feel like Usagi Fan Club really found how to counter things and are more and more confident, and it's on Keyboard Mash to really adapt now if they want to get back in the game.
Yeah, I have to wonder here, are they going to pull the double rapid comp out? Because the past 2 games, it hasn't really worked out for them as they might want. If I have to imagine, I think that these players must be feeling pretty okay, though, on the side of Keyboard Mash, considering they still got more time, and there's still that bracket reset, so there's a lot of wiggle room, but you have to start picking up steam here eventually, and I wonder if this is going to be the game that we see that, Pat.
And Keyboard Mash, they're stubborn. They are stubborn. That could cost them the bracket reset. I feel like that's a bad move from them, but hey, they're the better players. We'll see if they're able to make it work. If they lose this one, they give they give the reset to Usagi Fan Club, and Usagi Fan Club will take it. But right now, Keyboard Mash doing what they've been trying to do, getting the splat, getting the control, and now they're guarding every ledge with incredibly powerful weapon. Okay, Usagi Fan Club are in danger now.
Yeah, kind of proving you wrong there, trying to prove we can do this. Yeah, the first two games were a little bit of the last two games were a little bit of a fluke, but we got this covered, and they're pushing all the way up, as you see on these grates. Such a powerful position, and we have 35 points left on the clock, on the zone, you would say, to be able to do anything for them, and is not looking good, but they are able to get the cap.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club back onto the zone, ready to fight for it. It's 2 versus 2 right now, and Keyboard Mash is still in there, still with so much presence on the map, but they did not counter the drops, and now they kind of have to move back. They're kind of outranged on this map, which is not something you want to be in.
We see that bubble setup. They're able to punish 4K, pushing up with that gal, trying to push up, but they themselves do get punished. They still have cap of the zone, but they need to paint it, and they're able to get the wipe out. This is where Usagi Fan Club is able to finally get those points ticking down, and they need those points, and they need to get set up. But we see that Booyah Bomb, we see that Bubbler. They have a lot of resources for when Keyboard Smash starts pushing in here.
Yeah, right now Keyboard trying to get back in there, using their resources to establish some pressure. The strikes are going onto the zone. That's what you need in order to cap. And with 2 players down, it looks like Keyboard finally found a way to get the retake, to get the repop. And Usagi Fan Club are forced back into their platform, Mari. This could be Keyboard Mash getting back some momentum, especially if they can splat the pencil.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a huge splat, especially when you're looking at the clock. We have 10 points left, a penalty, and after that 20 points left to go through overall. That's not good, especially when players are going down left and right on the side of Usagi Fan Club. They have to get their momentum back together. They have to be able to do something here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen as all the players are going down, and that's a wipeout to seal out the knockout, Pat. Really definitive game after we were a little bit doubtful of them bringing that comp back.
The thing about Keyboard Mash is that they decide the base of this game. They have this comp that makes it very hard for them to get a retake, but it makes it even harder for their opponent to do so as well. So they're forcing very much Usagi Fan Club in a territory where it's about what team is able to get that one big push, that is able to do that retake onto the map. And right there on this game, Keyboard Mash was able to get it. But now Mari, we're going to go onto the map that was chosen by both of these teams, which is of course Mahi Resort. And remember, if Usagi Fan Club wins this, they get a bracket reset. Keyboard Mash could win it all right here, right now.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a do or die moment here for Usagi Fan Club. They need to get this win to be able to stay in the tournament at all. Try to keep their dreams of winning alive here. They have to go through the final boss right here from Winners Finals, that is Keyboard Mash. I have to wonder that if Keyboard Mash will bring back that same double rapid pro comp, the $20 question that we've been asking every single game, just because it's such a bizarre comp that we never really see all that often. But I have to think, if they committed this much to it, they must bring it back another time, right?
I mean, they brought it to game 4 when they were behind. Now they tied up the score. No reason to change it now. It's working. Let's go. And yeah, that's going to be how it goes. Rapid Pro Deco on the side of Usagi Fan Club as well. Fighting fire with fire, I guess.
Taking a page out of Keyboard Smash's book, trying to get a little bit of that momentum, maybe realize the Rapid Pro game that's happening here, as Usagi Fan Club right now is already on the back foot in terms of picks. They do have that cooler come out, but unfortunately the jumps ins are punished as two members go down on the side of Keyboard Mash, actually, which should be able to give them spots, but here we go. We see some really good action happening, and 4K coming behind, getting that zone capped, but does not look like anything is going to happen from it for the side of Usagi Fan Club, unfortunately.
Yeah, Keyboard Mash penalty was applied on them just 2 ticks before the water dropping, but they don't mind. They stay in control. They're happy to control the choke points with these blasters and sloshers. And right now, as the water is dropping, Usagi Fan Club needs a plan to get back in. They're all clumped in the same spot as Keyboard is simply waiting for them and delaying their push as they're making. Oh wait, 3 down! It's only the pencil! Usagi Fan Club in danger. Keyboard Match on their way to victory right now. All they need to do is hold for a few more seconds.
Yeah, this is disaster. We have 10 seconds left on the clock. They gotta get the zone right here, and they are able to, barely avoiding disaster, Pat. That is what they need, and points are ticking down. 2 members coming back in those disastrous rapids from the side of Keyboard Smash. Really something to keep an eye out as they're trying to get some poking into mid here. But I have to imagine Usagi Fan Club, their hearts are beating out of their chests. They barely avoided a knockout here. They need to get this zone, and their determination is higher than ever. Fortunately, penalty points does get applied here.
It's as if Keyboard Mash, despite having such a weird comp, found how to push. Found how to get the push whenever they want, as if they had a normal comp and the bombs to work the part right there. They are very much in control of the zone once again, as the Usagi Fan Club is struggling more and more. But 2 players down on the Keyboard. Usagi needs to capitalize on that, but they're not able to. The Slosher is dancing and delaying. Everybody's able to come back in here. A penalty was applied, but Usagi Fan Club is yet once again back to their spawn and needing to prepare things again.
These penalty points can go by in a flash, and you need to be wary of them at all times. I'm sure these players are looking at that. They're feeling nervous. They're trying to get the zone cap back, as all the members of Keyboard Smash are stuck on the side in that bubble, but unfortunately they do come out getting that momentum. Strikes come out, forcing 4K into this awkward position over here, making them struggle a little bit to get into that zone, as 4K tries to make something happen, but they're not able to, and we get the knockout on the side of Keyboard Smash. They take the whole thing. Usagi Fan Club is unfortunately out, Pat.
Yeah. And victory goes to congratulations to them.
Congratulations to them. Yeah, it was a great showing from both sides, but Keyboard Smash, they had a weird comp. We doubted it at times, but they knew how to make it work. They knew how to dance around it, so to say.
Yeah, and I guess double rapid pro is the new meta. Practice it. It's the hot new thing, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some to play some myself later.
Well, before you go play, it's time for us to say goodbye to everybody. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back next week with more Paddling Pool and Triton-Cup, of course. I have been Pat. You can find me on Blue Sky. It's written on your screen. Mary, do you have something to plug before you want to go?
Yes, I do. You can find me at maritime.bluesky, as you can see on your screen, with 2 eyes after the R. I also want to say a thank you to our wonderful streamer, CKK. Without them, none of this would have been possible to bring to you guys. Also, congratulations again to Keyboard Smash for winning Triton-Cup 122. And Pat, it has been a joy commentating with you.
Yeah, it's always a joy casting with you, Mary. And yeah, we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.